Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone is doing good. Just give me a moment. I am just trying to get some things in order real quick, and we'll get this started very soon. Okay. Okay, let me just check something. See. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. This is a little odd. Hello. Hold on. Trying to see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with YouTube right now. So just bear with me as I just look this through because yeah, it's giving the wrong stream name. That is so strange. Let me see if I can change that because that's not accurate at all. Need to check this. Because I'm not too sure where you're. Okay, seems like I can change this. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What's going on here? Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, you win this round, Meg.
Okay.
Welcome to the House of Hades. Glory and death.
Okay.
Didn't hear you come in.
The house is secure, lad. Go.
Have I mentioned that you're never getting out of here?
Cerberus acknowledges the prince with an affection tempered well with time. Good catching up.
My child.
I have to ask you something, Nix. What is this debt you owe my father anyway? Forgive my eavesdropping, it's just I heard the two of you discussing things and it came up.
I was here long before your father. The responsibility to govern fell to me. Yet I could not manage on my own. I shape the darkness, ensure the integrity of the domain. I am less prone to census-taking and administering rules. I receded from such responsibilities.
It was too much even for you. So, when father arrived, you welcomed him? He helped?
I was quite skeptical of him at first. I thought his presence merely a cruel trick of fate. But he worked diligently from the start. Soon there was order where once there was none. I fashioned this house for him, and I maintain it still. We remain in partnership, in interdependency.
He's never taken advantage of you? Of your generosity?
No, child, he has not. He can be short with me, as you have seen, but that is the extent of it. We have found ways to reconcile disagreements. Though your relationship with him, it is more complicated than my own, I fear.
I'm sure we can reconcile our disagreements all the same.
Okay. Well, get back in here. Let's see.
Wretched broker, what's new, my friend?
See. Do I want chronic keys or do I want nectar?
Think I'll take it. Here's the gemstones then.
No. I'll just get this for now. Okay.
Back room. Did you miss me?
Let's see. Oh, okay. Got an achievement. Okay.
How else can I improve? Felt that, I think.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
If you're having a rough time out there, boyo, you just remember something. You're a god, all right? Way tougher than you think. They give you trouble, you just turn on god mode and you let them have it for me.
You act as though this god mode is some sort of lever I can simply switch at will if ever I wish to unlock my latent strength there, mate.
Exactly, pal, that's it.
For you, mate. Thought you might get a kick out of this.
For me, pal? Awful nice. You're just awful nice. But guess what? I got this for you. Tit for tat, you understand? A deal's a deal.
Cheers, mate.
Huh. Okay, let's see.
Darkness
down.
gave me strength. Lord Dionysus.
Let's see.
I gotta hand it to you, Zach. You don't back down. You don't ever back down. What is this, like the 20th time that you've attempted to escape?
Let's see. Attack, drink, and hangover. Okay, tipsy shot.
Cheers to that. How careless of me.
Okay.
Something for the mirror.
Okay. Okay, come on. Which I want. I'll go here. Okay, let's see.
Hello, Lord Ares.
Okay.
Better for offer. The eternal spear. I thought it lost. Have you any idea how many lives it drank during your father's glory days?
Battle Rage. Okay. Let's see what else is. No, not going to chaos.
Wretches. Just getting warmed up.
Okay, do want it. I'm gonna just go over here. Okay.
Should fetch me something.
Let's see. Hydra light. I can probably afford this. Let's see. Anything else? Okay. Okay. pomegranate. Okay. Okay, finally.
They must have lots of these upon Olympus.
Okay. Let's see. Do I want Dionysus or Zeus? I'll just go Daedalus. Daedalus, because that's easier to deal with. Okay. Okay. Okay, 200.
Good as new.
Let's see. Do I want darkness or do I want a key? Darkness. Just because it's easier. Okay, let's go here. I hate these brimstones. Okay.
Good. Sure.
Okay.
We have an intruder.
Okay. 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 Okay.
How many times?
Yay!
Father.
Okay. Again, there was positive for me to smash. Okay, come on.
Gemstones.
Okay. Okay, come on. Okay, well, that's pretty much about it, really. Let's see. I am.
I'll take that.
Let's see. Do I want a shot? I'll go with money.
Charon's shop. I'll take it. Don't need that right now. Much better.
Okay. Okay. Let's get on over Dang it.
Not so fast.
Damn it.
You just can't take a hint.
Okay, well, that was close. Not really, but
I can do better than that.
yeah. Well, let's see if anything changed.
What? You must be pretty used to dying like this, huh?
Yep.
You.
What?
Blood and darkness, what is it with you?
Okay, well,
You honor me, my child, although I dread that I am not deserving of such generosity. There is no need to flatter me like this.
Be that as it may, Nyx, I would still like for you to have it.
hmm.
My compliments.
You appear to have grown stronger since when we last interacted, child. Your bedroom mirror may appear to be the cause, but then, of course, the real cause is you.
Hmm.
Faith in me means a lot, Nyx. What are these shades up to now?
My feet ache. Don't even have feet anymore. Hmm. Let's see.
What's on the old exchange?
Chronic key.
I could use that. I'll take the special, please.
Hmm. No, not for now. Trying to see if I can give him that, but I can't.
Only the very best treats for my best friend, right?
Hmm.
Cerberus yelps in merriment upon receiving such a generous offering.
Hmm.
Must have missed Achilles.
Okay, well. Let's keep on going over here. Let's see. $20 keys? Jesus.
What's the good word?
What's this one do?
Hmm. Harpy feather. Actual.
You just protect me.
Okay.
Again.
Get on with it. Okay. Oh, Ares. Just in time.
You are a most impressive death dealer, my kin. For by my estimation, you have slain at least 1,000 souls down there. Souls mostly having died before, but still.
Let's go with Curse of Pain. Huh. That was
5-second rule. That was 5 seconds, right? Shoo.
okay. Let's see. Huh.
For the house.
Nope. Okay.
Hit the spot.
Let's just go right here. Hopefully I get more money. Okay. Okay. No, I will not be going there. I don't have the health to really want to sacrifice it. Let's see. Get more Aries. Okay.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay, let's see. Impending doom. Okay. Let's see. Okay, more darkness then. Okay.
That's a relief.
Let's see, Zeus or money. Well, chop really.
I knew that foul boatman would come through, and you would find
Hmm.
amongst his wares this gift.
Let's see, battle rage or darkness. Okay. Damn it. Okay, so either Dionysus. Are you kidding me? I can't go either way. Okay. I was hoping to stick with one till the very end. Okay. Okay. Okay, come on, just go.
That underworld
Okay.
of yours places a real pit,
Let's
isn't it,
see.
Zack? A shame you're stuck down there. But we are gonna get you out of there together, you and I.
Fine, tipsy shot.
How about another?
Okay. Let's see. Oh,
That's better. Refreshing.
okay. Let's see. Pomegranate. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh gosh.
Power of Olympus.
Okay. 130. Okay. Okay. I'll get to that soon as I get
Mm-hmm.
break all these. Okay. Let's see. Rid of Atlas.
Here then.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay, come on.
That's quite enough.
Okay. That was actually a lot faster than,
Colorful.
honestly, most of them. Okay. Well, can't afford anything, so.
Took care of those for you, mate.
Okay. Is this Meg? Of course.
Hello, Meg.
Halt, Zacharias. Not one step further.
Damn it.
You'll never beat me, Zach.
Oh, cheers for that, Meg.
Oh, whoa, you're back already? That's too bad.
Wow, thank you.
Your Highness.
The
Let's
Fury
see.
Megara is under orders to prevent your passage out of Tartarus, my child. Conflict between the two of you is unavoidable. It brings me pain to have to see you fight.
Don't say that, Nix. Besides,
Hmm.
conflict between Megara and me has always put the spark in our relationship. We're going to be fine.
Hmm. Hold on.
What's up for barter? You trying to fleece me here? Could always use more keys. It's a deal. Chthonic keys.
Let's see.
There must be some mistake. Hi, Prince. You're giving this to me?
I want you to know we all appreciate you
Hmm.
do, sir. Don't work yourself too hard on my account, okay?
Oh, Your Highness. I was just making the rounds again.
Okay. She's gone, but. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see, do I have enough darkness to... Yes, I do. Okay. And that's it. Let's see, deep pockets, thick skin, tall, rank. Okay. Need to save up more for other death defiance.
Power.
Okay, so I need to stock up on...
They always come back.
Okay. So stock up on darkness, and I need to stock up on, well, this one.
Should put some extra punch into this shield. That should do it. Good.
Okay, so I'm gonna be trying to work with Ares. Ares. Ares.
You're late.
Hmm.
You are the son of Night herself, they say. A fascinating character, ill-liked upon Olympus, although I myself have always longed to meet her.
Hmm.
It's me or them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, give that a shot. Okay. Let's get this one. Okay. Well, right now I kind of need desperate need of that darkness, so. Okay.
By my birthright.
Mm.
Coin goes in, that comes out.
More darkness, because I'm desperate need of that. Okay, I just want to kind of see. Okay, well, I guess. Oh, okay.
Wretches, take him now.
That's all. Okay.
Damnable fools.
Okay.
Cheers.
Well, I could have sworn they said 100, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Of Olympus.
Thunders. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Let's get. Okay.
Where now?
Okay, do I want to go to the shop? Or do I want. I don't really have much for anything, so. Let's go over here.
Strength of the centaurs.
Okay. Okay. Meg it is.
Hey there, Meg.
You've come to die to me again. I'll make you hurt. Stand still.
Okay. Okay.
I'll make this quick. In the name of Hades.
No.
Blood and darkness.
Damn it.
Must I keep doing this?
Okay.
Damn you,
Okay.
Meg.
Let's see.
There's no escape, in case you hadn't heard.
Oh, it's only you. Has it occurred to you that I'm preoccupied?
No.
Well then,
Cerberus cannot be bothered at this time.
Okay. The glade's gone. Nyx is gone. Okay. Let's see.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, more darkness. That's what I need to get. Okay.
hitting a while out there, boyo? Hey, I know the feeling. You just keep at it, though. You're getting tougher, getting smarter. Between the two of those, I'm thinking you'll pull through soon enough here.
Appreciate it, Skelly. All right,
Mhm.
one more time.
Sometimes I think this mess you call your chambers is one which you've cultivated with great pride. Is that the way of it?
Maybe. Maybe.
I take some pride in making messes, yes.
Let's see. 400.
Feels lighter than before.
Okay.
Whoops.
Okay. Come on.
5-second rule.
Okay.
5 seconds, right?
Okay, so either Dionysus or I'll just go with Dionysus for now. Come on.
Dionysus.
Okay.
Again, as ever, Zag. Now you keep at it like you have been, and I bet we'll all be hanging out up here in no time flat. I'm with you all the way.
Hmm.
Get this part.
Okay. Okay.
Yum.
Okay. More Dionysus. Okay.
I'll destroy you.
Where are they? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay. Let's see. Positive outlook. Okay. Let's see. More darkness. Finally.
May I help you?
Come on. Come on.
Where to?
Okay.
Why
Okay, come on. that's about it. Okay, let's. I don't ever recall seeing that.
Let's go, lads.
Yeah. Okay, that's not good. Okay. Okay, what's the...
Your distant relative
Oh,
by now.
Athena.
All share the same demeanor nor see eye to eye. Though all of us, I think, wish you the best.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. On. Okay. Light of Ixion. No. Okay. Money. Okay, come on. Let's see. Key. Okay. Okay, come on. Okay. Athena, Dionysus. I do not want to make that decision, so. Okay, come on. Yes. let's see.
Hello, sir. That's better.
Shades always come back. Hey, you take care. You Prince.
Healing. House of Hades.
Certainly, Highness.
Thank you,
Okay.
mate.
Bye now.
Kieran's shop. That's a relief. Cheers, mate.
Hermes. Athene.
Can't get rid of me, mate.
I can't just let you off without a fight.
Okay.
You stay right there.
Okay. 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 It's gonna take longer, but honestly, as long as I don't die, I don't care. Okay, well, that was my fault. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. I'm almost halfway. And I haven't died yet. Wow. That's a miracle. Okay.
One for a little man.
Damn it. Oh my gosh. Damn it. Damn it. Honestly, I hate those things because like I was trying to keep on hitting her, but it is automatically turned to them.
Oh, you win this round, Meg.
Hypnos is gone.
A pitiful attempt.
Achilles, I was
Hmm.
wondering if you'd split this with me at the lounge. A small excuse for both ourselves to take a break.
Are you most certain you have time for me now, lad? Though how could I decline? I'll see you there.
Huh.
I was a fool, you see. The gods promised me eternal glory beyond death. I could have stayed out of the war, stayed home with Patroclus. I threw everything away, and sent so very many to this place.
Hmm.
What's done is done, sir. In my mind, you're the greatest warrior who ever lived. So is it glory you still seek, or is it Patroclus?
It isn't glory anymore, lad. I'm sure of that. Patroclus, however, I fear he's gone to me forever. Although his shade might yet reside within this realm, we left on terms I'd not forgive if I were him. Though, I had better get back to my post now, I think. I hope I didn't cast a greater pall over this place back there. I'm very thankful that we had this chance to get caught up. Now you had best be off. Take care out there.
Hmm.
Oh my. Your Highness, are you really sure you want me to have this?
I really am, Dusa. I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, Prince. I fed Cerberus already. All 3 heads.
Achilles?
Good for Achilles.
Remember, there are those who love you, child.
Bye, Nyx.
No gift which you could bring me can exceed the value of our kinship, child, though it moves me to receive this offering.
It's nothing, Nyx, really. I know you've always believed in me, and it's not something I ever take for granted.
I am grateful.
Well, let's see. How much do I need to get? I think it was 500, right? Yeah, 500 for another.
What's going on, Skelly? Well, time to go get killed again.
Oh, Poseidon.
At last, I found you once again, nephew. You eating well and getting strong, correct? I'll help you with the latter category in a moment.
Total dash.
Might of the sea. That happened. Out of my way.
Okay. 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 Okay, well, I have no choice.
Lady Artemis.
Fury down in Tartarus has been a real problem, hasn't she? I see the huntress instinct in her. She thinks she knows your weaknesses. Don't let yourself become predictable.
Hunter's dash. So, place this.
The hunt is on.
Okay. Let's get to this.
All set.
Okay.
How do you do?
Okay, there's a shop. Or this. Okay, so Athena. Athena.
You're nothing like your father, Zagreus. I mean that as a compliment. He cut himself off from the rest of us. Many times have we attempted peace to no avail.
Let's see.
Appreciate the backup.
Hmm.
Remain exactly where you are.
Okay.
They had their chance.
Cheers.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Smoothly. Hey, sir.
It's always good.
Okay.
Most excellent.
Cheers, mate.
Okay. Okay.
My weapon's hidden talents.
Okay. Let's see. I want darkness, so let's get that.
What now?
Okay.
Look what I found.
Okay. So the pomegranate.
So quiet. Delicious.
Hmm. over there.
Good enough to eat.
Okay.
Hi, Meg.
Let's say we get things started.
Okay. Come on. Okay.
Why won't you give up?
Finally! Finally! Oh my gosh.
Yes. The ancient blood.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Huh?
How did you?
Don't mind me, Father.
see.
Could use the extra coin. Should be useful.
None other than those in the trusted inner circle of Lord Hades are authorized to enter the intricate chambers connecting the vast regions of the underworld. But the prince decides to barge in anyway. I barge where I please.
Don't think I've gone this far.
Hmm.
And check.
Okay, so there's another. I wonder.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay. I'm a little curious. I haven't seen any.
The once verdant plains of Asphodel are now engulfed in scintillating flame, having been flooded by the river Phlegathon, whose hideously superheated contents could bring death swiftly even to those resistant to most heat.
I'm only flame resistant, not flame proof. Burn flingers. More. Much better. There.
Okay. Okay.
Sweet nectar.
You shall regret this.
Okay, so they're.
Your time is up, boy.
Of course, I would have died here. Of course.
Oh, that trove should have been mine.
I think that I can find the lounge well on my own, Hypnos. Oh, wait. What is this? Did you just ask me out?
Me? No. I'd never even think to do that, miss. I mean, you have your station, and I have mine. We're from two different worlds, you could say. Fated never to be seen together much.
Every time I talk to you, you somehow take it as a compliment. Is that correct? Then let me give you some advice for once. Stop being an idiot.
I'll give it a shot.
Alas.
I wonder.
sir. I got a relic of some sort out there. A globule of ancient blood which formed after I fought with Megara. Is this really the Titan's blood I found?
As far as I know, yes, lad, that it is. Though whose exactly, I'm not so sure. You'd best hang on to it and keep it safe. Your weapons, they shall thirst for it and drink it up. Not yet, perhaps, but soon.
Well, I wasn't about to drink it.
Your Highness!
Miss Dusa, I wanted to cordially invite you to an outing in the lounge. Remember when you asked me about a drink?
Oh, really? What, you mean right now? I guess I'm overdue to take a break. And, well, since I don't exactly fit the mold of your traditional Gorgon, I mean, I have no body, for example. I had trouble finding work. That is until Lord Hades took me in, and then I met you, and, well, I just love this job.
Oh, I can definitely relate to at least some of that.
Thanks, Your Highness. Prince Zagreus.
Bye for now.
Okay. For Cerberus.
Megara tells me that you surpassed her well out there. How utterly embarrassing for her, to say the least.
Thank you.
I suppose you're going to punish her in some cruel fashion then?
Oh, I've already seen to that, of course. You think she volunteered to deal with you? Nobody did. That's how ignoble a task it is.
Wow.
That's strangely comforting to know.
You shall discover what you seek when it is time.
Thank you, Nyx.
Among my many children, both those born to me and surrogate to me, you are one of the most thoughtful and most generous of all.
You have always cared for me and protected me, and given me someone to look up to. This is nothing, Nyx. Achilles making the rounds. What's new? I'll buy that. I'll take that deal. Could maybe use some rest.
Just want to see. Boiling blood. Soon I'll get another.
The heavy sleeping underworld prince arises, with the feeling that the brief nap he intended as a respite from the rigors of the day or night apparently was none too brief at all.
I'm late for work. Father's going to kill me.
Responsibility rejecting Zagreus strides down his father's hall, quite unconcerned about the urgency with which he is expected to behave under a set of circumstances such as this.
Going as fast as I can, you hurry up.
The door to the administrative chamber beckons just beyond the hall. The prince...
You better not give me away, old man.
Suggest you hurry in there, lad.
Sorry.
You're late, boy. Again?
The day or night duties are sheer simplicity itself. At least at first, as when the prince simply signs in to signal the commencement of a shift.
Oh, gods.
Security reports concerning failed escape attempts from Tartarus require timely verification and official response, neither of which Prince Zagreus is fit to give.
That is not...
The often failing prince attempts to sort the ledgers in the fashion necessary for the proper keeping of his father's realm.
Damn it.
incorrect.
The hard-laboring shades responsible for the administration of the prince's father's realm merely look on at the prince's ill-fated attempts.
Oh, come on.
That's not correct.
The relaxation-loving prince never paid suitably enough attention to learn properly how to arrange the record bookings of the regions of his father's realm.
Doesn't make any sense.
Wrong again.
This set of delicate responsibilities is easily achieved, at least by someone capable and trained to do the work, unlike the oft-distracted underworld prince.
What?
Do you not remember anything I taught?
A careful record must be kept of all expenses paid within the house. A delicately handled tabulation process, which the prince is ill-equipped to fully undertake.
Oh.
No, wrong.
Records of expired house contractor renovations line a desk in the administrative chamber, though the prince has absolutely no desire now to organize them alphabetically by date.
None whatsoever, yes.
At last, the work-disliking prince records a summary of the results of his attempts to be of any use to the administrative needs of his grim father's house.
Okay, I'm done. So, can I go yet, Father?
Not only were you late again, but then you also failed to perform even the simplest tasks that I had asked repeatedly that you complete. How many chances do you need at this? I am too lenient with you.
Too lenient? Instead of lambasting me non-stop, have you considered maybe training me some more to do this fascinating work to your satisfaction? You'll forgive me if I didn't memorize every laborious detail the last time you performed your monologue about how all this works.
Excuse me? If I'm not mistaken, you're deflecting your incompetence toward me, as though the goddess of wisdom herself has come to aid you in your time of need. I could replace you here and now with any number of simple shades hungry to work here.
Then why don't you? I don't want any of this. I'm not the one who drew the short lot with your brothers and got stuck here forever. Why am I having to do this senseless parchment pushing for you?
Why are you stuck? You're not. You're fired. I was wrong to think you were prepared to take on any responsibility at all. And don't you ever invoke your uncles here again, or I'll have you cast into the lowest pits of Tartarus. Now get out of my administration and my sight.
Okay.
At least I can't be late for that job anymore.
Well, at least I know what it looks like. Ooh.
I'm going to get through all this.
Okay, farthest chamber 18.
One more time. Lady Athena.
It's such a cruelty that your father hid the knowledge of your birth and life from us, my cousin. It's unacceptable.
Shoe already. Who keeps fixing that?
Okay.
Come on, let's fight.
Okay. Let's see. Okay.
That's a relief.
Okay. Let's see.
That'll do.
Okay.
That's what you get.
Okay. Okay. More darkness. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Mm-hmm.
Gemstones.
Hmm. Okay. More money.
Kieran's shop. Should help keep me going.
Wisdom guide you, cousin.
Bearing. Let's see.
The shield of light.
Okay. Let's see. Megan again?
I'm back, Meg.
You're not escaping death this time here, Zagreus. You ready to go home?
No, not just yet, though thanks for asking, Meg. If you intend to force me, know that I'm going to resist with all my might.
Well, I appreciate the warning. Now prepare to die. One lash is not enough. Give Hades my regards.
Okay.
That was nothing.
Damn it.
Do say hello to Nyx for me.
Oh.
Cheers for that, Meg. Achilles, would you tell me something more of Patroclus? You mentioned you were very close.
We could have been no closer. The ashes of our bodies yet mingled together somewhere on the surface there. What can I tell you, lad? I loved him with all my heart. And he left me too soon.
Hmm.
Then surely he must be in the underworld somewhere. Have you not tried to seek him out, or ask my father?
Lad, I have tried. On both accounts. What you propose is not that simple, it turns out. You've seen what it is like out there. It's difficult to find one's way. But I shall tell you what. If you see Patroclus among the countless shades, you tell him I said hi.
Let's just have a listen.
My only regret is not learning how to dodge spears. Let's see.
You know, Father, I must say ransacking your domain beats having to toil endlessly in the administrative chamber. Far less painful, really.
Carl, is that your way of asking me for your old job back, boy? You were a scourge upon every administrative duty to which you were assigned.
Yes, please, Father, give me back my old wretched job, won't you?
Privileges are earned and not begged for, boy. Unless you plan to reimburse this house for all the income that we lost because of you, then you shall not so much as set foot in the administrative chamber again.
How much is the reimbursement fee, anyway?
Whichever exorbitant amount the house contractor has on record. Now leave me be.
Oh. 2 diamonds. Let's see.
Since Father's not paying us any heed, what say we go with this assignment, contractor? Approved. The fated list of minor prophecies. That sounds somewhat exciting, I suppose.
You requisition that useless bit of parchment.
Do not concern yourself about your father. I shall be watching him.
Prince, I don't know what to say. Are you joking around with me, maybe?
Hmm?
Oh, I am deadly serious, Dusa. Honest. It's for you.
Oh, why, Prince, Wait, you're back? I mean, I heard that... How come you're still here?
Oh, yes, I made it pretty far. On that account, you heard correctly, Dusa. But turns out I have unfinished business here, so I should be turning up like this from time to time.
Oh, wow. Well, that's great. I mean, I hope it's great. I mean, if you agree it's great, I also think it's great. If that's okay?
It is. It's both okay and great. Greetings, broker.
Hmm. Let's see.
Hey, that must be the fated list.
Oh.
Prophecy fulfilled. My extended family seems an interesting lot.
Son of the god of the dead shall someday break free from the realm in which he was born.
Not even tired, thanks.
Hmm.
Just need to get from here across all that.
Let's see.
Daedalus, wherever you may be right now, thank you. Go sulk someplace else.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. let's see.
Witches. Heads up.
Okay.
Now what?
Darkness. Okay.
Show yourselves.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go with Poseidon because that helped me out last time.
Are you perchance in need of godlike aid, nephew? Well, excellent. Because I happen to command the sea, and I shall hereby let you take it for a whirl.
Bloodshot.
Gimme.
Let's see. Keys. Yeah, the keys is the other thing. So, let's go. Let's see. I'll go right here.
Phew.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You and me. That's what you get.
Mm-hmm.
You've met the Master of the Seas, Poseidon, haven't you? Our uncle's affable but quick to anger. Be on your guard with him is my advice.
Okay. Some nectar.
Some nectar there.
Hmm.
Who dares?
Come on.
I shall deal with you later then.
It's no use. Mine now.
Hmm. Let's see.
Oh, God.
No need to be in such a hurry, boy.
Made them mad.
Okay.
Just a bit longer.
Why do I pay these wretches?
Hmm. I'll go over here.
Much better.
Okay.
Well, this is awkward.
this way again, just to see me. I'll make this quick. Stand still for me.
Okay. Okay.
You're under my protection. finished here.
I'll get you for that, Meg.
Welcome to the House of Hades, and thanks for dying.
Bye, Hypnos.
Oh, wow, thanks. This is real nice of you. I sure am glad you died out there just now.
I'm glad I died as well, Hypnos. I'm glad I died as well.
How goes it? I have to say, lad, authorizing transfer of the fated list from the old archives straight into your chambers. Bold of you. And right beneath your father's nose at that.
Oh, that? Just another job from the house contractor near as I'm concerned, sir. Not like anything on the list was getting done while it was stuck in the archives besides.
Well, that's the spirit, I suppose. If there's one thing I know, it's that the three fates always get their way. But if you wish to help them go about it, then perhaps they'll pay you back in kind.
I wouldn't mind their help, I guess. You call my chambers a mess? Look at your desk, Father. Whatever happened to your court musician, huh? Where's his sentencing parchment work? Stuck in Tartarus all because he stopped singing for you on command?
My desk is far more organized than you, boy. And if you're so concerned about our court musician, why don't you commute his sentence yourself? Seeing as I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Sure, happy to oblige. I'll just ask the house contractor since you're too busy. Contractor, mind locating the court musician's sentence when you get the chance? There we go. Poor me.
I saw you took possession of the list of minor prophecies of the three fates. As ever, I should never have doubted my daughter's expectations. I was uncertain you had necessary guidance to select it from among the house contractor's many opportunities.
You offer something called the fated list of minor prophecies to me, chances are I'm going to pick it up. Though, you make it sound like there's more I should know about it. Should I be concerned?
You know exactly what is necessary and no more. I know better than anyone never to tamper with the fate's design. Though, if they had cruelty in store for you through their list, I think that I would warn you anyway.
That's somehow reassuring. What are they on about now?
You want to see a carpenter name? Okay.
Good for Megara, I guess. Dusa, you must work harder than anyone in this house, keeping everything so neat and orderly. I don't think it should be thankless work, so thank you. And I'd like for you to have this.
Oh, Prince, wow, thank you. Thanks so much. You've been so generous. I think I'm speechless. No, can't think of anything to say right now.
Oh, you said it all. Don't mean to put you on the spot or anything. I'm just glad we've had a chance to get to know each other.
I'm glad we've had a chance to know each other, too. Thanks for the nectar. I can tell it's really, really good. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Let's see. Little splendid house, such as the master's own requires, a great deal of cleaning, and a little grown Gorgon seemed forever doomed to do it all herself. I sometimes offer my assistance, although it is here the little Gorgon bears her fangs, refusing any help. Now I can clearly see my own reflection in our polished countertop suggestion she doesn't need it either.
The fates Tibetan prince perhaps believes it was through his own choice that he procured the fated list of minor prophecies, but it was preordained.
Oh no, not this determinism thing again. The fated list of minor prophecies.
There is no escape. No colleagues. The reluctant musician, goddess of wisdom, infernal arms, a stagnant blade, the heart-seeking bow, the shields of chaos, the eternal sphere, Chthonic knowledge, distant relatives. Chronic knowledge. So close.
What's going on, Skelly?
Been waiting over here. Mahal, you being serious here, pal? You brought that all this way for little old me? That's real nice of you.
You're not so bad yourself, mate. Thanks for always being here for me to savagely attack without a second thought. Stygius hungers. One more time.
You have a tendency to ask too many questions, boy. Would that you had a tendency to wonder silently instead.
I'm well past wondering. Hello, Lord Ares.
It is a veritable crime your father distances himself from all the rest of us. It is fortunate that you yourself are not so disagreeable.
Let's see.
The War God's power. Back. Fix that for you. Get out. How'd that happen?
Okay.
Hit me. Yum. Master Chaos, everyone makes offerings to my relatives upon Olympus. I wish to make an offering to you. Thank you for everything.
How true of you to make attempts to tempt me with material things. You then, please in turn allow me this attempt at reciprocity.
Master Chaos, thank you.
You move in darkness, practically unseen, son of Hades. It is quite difficult even for me to sense your presence at times. The Olympians catch their glimpses now and then, but you are always in a shroud. Thus is the influence of Nyx.
Let's see.
How circumspect of you.
Okay. Okay.
Here goes nothing.
Or darkness. Let's get that.
I expected you would perish soon, but I knew not exactly how.
I can't get used to that.
Huh? Oh, says here one of the wretched thugs got you. Too bad. They're slow, but they hit pretty hard, I guess. Have you tried moving out of the way?
Nah.
I haven't, no.
You again.
Achilles, looks like I could buy back my right to go in the administrative chamber there. I never want to go in there again, but can you think of any reason whatsoever that I should?
Well, perhaps we all want what we cannot have. Other than that, I suppose certain documents or records in there could be of some benefit under the circumstances, right?
Don't know how I'd ever find something in there, but I suppose so, yes.
The prince and Cerberus exchange a look.
Well, see you later then.
What did I tell you, boy? Ever wasteful of your time and mine. How fares my underworld,
I don't know how you can stand it.
Well, at least some things are running smoothly still. Next you go to die again, do give the tortured souls out there my warm regards.
Can you tell me something more of Chaos, Nyx? I have a lot of questions.
My place is not to speak too openly of chaos, child. It is their own prerogative to tell you of themselves. I can say they are the eldest force within this world. Before them, there was nothing.
Then, never mind.
Okay.
What's for sale?
Let's see.
Here you go. Hey, do sir. Here's some more of this really, really good nectar for you. Please keep up the wonderful work, and more importantly, keep being your wonderful self.
I'm really very flattered, Prince, but I've just been so busy lately that I haven't even had a chance to try the last bottle you gave me, so you want this back? Maybe for someone else?
Please, it's yours. Besides, you must have some time off coming up when you can enjoy it, don't you?
Oh, I mean, maybe I do. I think maybe I do, except nobody's told me anything about that. And besides, there's so much work to do around the house still. I just can't leave everything like this.
Well, you enjoy, all right?
Okay. So she's at a lock stance. Cerberus, Scally, and Cephas. Achilles is locked. Okay. Hmm.
Skelly? Hey! Hey, Skelly, you look like you know your way around Tartarus. Found some of this ancient Titan blood out there, and I was looking to score some more.
Ah, you come to the right place regarding that there, pal. It's your mean weapons back there that can find this stuff. Once you get all the way through Tartarus with one, that's all the blood you're gonna get. For the time being, anyhow.
How am I supposed to keep track of which weapons I've earned these with, then?
I don't know. There's always the invention of writing stuff down. You'll figure something out.
Hmm.
Ready.
Aphrodite.
You're going to love it on Olympus, little godling. The air is beautiful and brisk, the gardens lush, the feasting plentiful. Why, it must be the opposite of everything to which you are accustomed.
Let's see. Crush gun.
Wretches.
Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Let's focus on money for now, I guess.
More numbskulls? You kill me, I kill you. All clear. seconds, right? What do we have?
Okay.
You lads again, huh?
Okay.
Anyone
Okay.
else?
Hey, you're not alone. You're not alone down there, okay? Here, let me show you.
Let's see. Hunter stash.
We'll make every strike count.
Okay. Okay, come on.
I do not think so, boy.
Okay.
Every time.
No use. Cheers, father.
Okay. Let's see. I'll stop by this time.
Kieran's shop. Kieran, you've been such a reassuring sight, I thought I'd offer you a token of my gratitude. Wait, you don't have to give me something in return. It was a gift. Though, you're insisting, aren't you? I don't know what to say, mate.
Oh.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Okay. More darkness. Okay, let's get this. Okay. Let's see.
I knew you'd come around.
Okay.
So that's your choice. Maybe you're more like my relatives than I'd care to admit.
You had to do it, Artemis. Here comes the wrath.
Good hunting just now, Zagreus. You passed my little test, so now we're good. Just like it never happened.
Okay.
That was 5 seconds, right?
Okay. Okay, come on.
That's better.
Okay.
Kieran's shot. Thank you, mate.
Okay.
I'm here, Meg.
How many times have we been going at it like this, Zagreus? You tired of me yet?
We're both immortals, Meg. We'll be seeing plenty of each other for a while yet. I've come to welcome these occasions.
Then good. Lashing you across the face beats waiting for the opportunity to do so. What a waste of time.
Okay. Come on. Okay, come on. Ah, jeez. Okay, come on. Okay, come on. Wow. On two. Wow. This is the second time I've actually even beaten her. Wow.
I'll just be a moment, Father. I'll pay for that. Do I still need these? That's one less boon.
Okay.
See you, Tartarus. Hot up here.
Within the suffocating heat of Asphodel reside the vast majority of those who lived upon the earth and died. There they persist until the end of time.
Or until I crush their bones to dust. Wasn't this whole expanse once lush and green?
Hmm.
I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
Okay.
Stand down or suffer. This won't end well for you.
Okay. Hermes.
Got something here for you. Should make your battles to the death end that much quicker.
Time to pick up the pace.
Let's see, Aphrodite or... No! No. Okay, money or Aphrodite.
Get me out of here. Wave makers. No, you don't.
Okay. Hmm.
Farthest I've come.
Okay. A lot more progress than last time, that's for sure.
Bone rakers.
Let's see. Pomegranate. Health. I'll get more health this time. Okay. 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 Dionysus.
You'll not do so.
Okay, come on. Let's see. Positive outlook, 20%. Oh my gosh.
Slam dancers.
Okay. Okay.
What do we have here?
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
I'll take this one. Boosted a boon.
One cannot put a price on
Hmm.
love, but on my blessings from the boatman for my dearest, I'd say we're settled up.
Let's see.
That's a relief.
Having traversed the flaming river Phlegethon to gain this vantage point, relentless Zagreus must now confront a foe of unimaginable savagery, who lies ahead, awaiting patiently its time to strike.
Way to spoil the surprise, old man.
I called it early. That was my fault.
Hello? Oh, great.
The Hydra. This is a bit. It's a bit more calm for now. Okay. Okay. Come on, just. Okay. 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 Okay, come on. Oh, oh, God. Okay. No, okay. Oh, this is a lot farther than I got for being my second time.
I'll get that Hydra.
Welcome back. It's usually pretty quiet keeping watch over the pool of sticks back there, but it's sure been busy lately. Why, somebody else came through just earlier. You should have seen the look on my face when it wasn't you.
Oh.
Glad to keep things interesting.
The Hydra shall grow back, boy.
What's new? Sure, why not? Here are your keys.
The prodigal son returns. Everyone's saying I went easy on you, Zag.
Don't worry, Meg. I eventually managed to get home the painful way after all.
Look, I've a reputation to uphold. You get past me again like that, you best go all the way. Now leave me be and don't think you're gonna be so lucky next we meet out there.
Prince? The way you look so sad sometimes when you come back in here out of the pool of sticks. Is everything okay? Because if there was something I could do...
Oh, it's nothing for you to be concerned about, Dusa. I'm just having a harder time fighting my blasted way out of this place than I anticipated. If you'll excuse my language.
Oh, This is silly, but I had no idea anybody could beat you. I mean, the prince? Greater than the mighty Achilles, more cunning than his father, faster than Hermes. But you're just struggling, like me.
I am. And that stuff you heard about me isn't true.
Oh.
Let's see. Come talkative. To my knowledge, she has never been forthcoming about circumstances that led her here. A background check confirms she has only traced connections to the Gorgons of Househead, though could not verify any connections to the notorious Gorgon sister of the surface.
Nix, this may be an odd question, but do you know what the fates may have in store for me? They are your daughters, right?
The three fates are my daughters, yes, my child. However, I am no more privy to their workings than the naive mortals living up above. Not even the Olympians can know the weavings of the fates.
Oh.
Oh. I can now finally do this. 1,000. Jesus.
That's beyond my means. I feel different.
Well.
Hey, mate.
Wow, now get a load of what you got there, boyo. Wait, really? That's for me? You just pulling my leg.
I'm really giving this to you, mate. Now go enjoy it, will you? Once I've finished pummeling you some more just for the sake of it.
Go again?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there in terms of the gaming session. Yeah. Yeah. Just going to. Okay, so I'll be doing the astrology portion of the stream. Give me situated real quick. Mm. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm so sorry about this. There's like an ambulance going by, and obviously the dogs are howling. Mm, nope, no more howling, I guess, for now. Okay, let me just. Sorry, I'm just going to kind of clean out my images. There's so many screenshots. '81, Jesus. What's this one? Okay, yeah, I remember now. Okay. Yeah. Boy. Let me just add more points just so it's a bit more interesting to look at. Um, let's choose these for now. Would include a Vulcan, but right now I kind of want to have just a couple more bin points to show you some things here and there. Um, if of course the pattern is very interesting to look at. Jupiter Chiron, Jupiter Pluto, because why not? And Saturn said no. Let's get rid of Prometheus for now. So Saturn said no, Jupiter said no. Okay, so that is pulled up. It should take a moment. As I pull up all these points. Um, let me see. Just gonna get on Twitch real quick while this loading, so I can make the appropriate changes to the stream so that it's actually accurate. So this will only take a moment. good. Okay. Oh, it's still loading. Oh, okay. So, as mentioned in the title, we'll be focusing on the latitudes and declinations of the geocentric and heliocentric dimensions. So, we normally focus, well, I've normally focused in most of these examples, the synchronization to the longitudes. So, for example, like I click on Ulysses and all these celestial points you see here, I sort of just filter them out, for example, just so you can see just a visual example like what I normally tend to do. Now, not saying that only longitudes for both the geocentric and heliocentric matters. They're not the only things that truly matters, but they do hold equal weight of importance regardless, pretty much, of like whatever celestial, whatever event really or chart you want to look and have a good understanding of. But let's see, Jupiter, Saturn, Chiron, Vesta, Lilith, UV313, Hermes, the Saturn Jupiter midpoint, Cleopatra, Nike, Odin, so then just in this visual example, like this synchronization right here, where like all these points are gonna like intertwine with one another from the longitude perspective, like they form these geometric patterns where if we were just to focus on like Ulysses and UB313 Chiron and also with Lilith right here, we kind of see like what is regarded as to a yod. And if we were to look at Odin, Nike, Jupiter, then go into the Saturn Jupiter midpoint and Hermes and Vesta, the synchronization here, we have another symmetrical pattern. Or with Cleopatra interacting with Jupiter and Saturn, and it goes back to Cleopatra. So this triangle you see here, that's another symmetrical pattern. And of course, if we add in like Jupiter, Pluto, the Jupiter, Saturn midpoint, we get a kite and so forth. So as you get an idea, like these patterns are like they're symmetrical patterns. So we get some infinite amount of information, and usually I show these patterns the most because it's usually the most obvious for most people to like see and identify like, oh, this pattern is this and that. In this case, we'll be focusing on more just on declinations and also the latitudes. So this hexagon you see right here, this pattern is what we'll be focusing on. So just to give you more easier access. So this pattern right here. So like if Odin was to interact with Chiron, which it is, or Saturn, Jupiter midpoint interacting with Lilith, again, we'll see those synchronizations and patterns that they may form when interacting with more points. But that's sort of like this the visual what we'll be going into in greater detail. So let me just pull them back up. And I guess while we're on this subject, as I'm pulling them up, well, sort of, I'm kind of like revising or revisiting my tests where I am just sort of like making them into like spreadsheets because I have software that can organize and do all the testing for me automatically. However, pulling up the exact numbers and all that from time to time, like it's a bit difficult to, not necessarily to replicate, because like it's overall pretty much the same overall. But sometimes I just don't want to like have it generate and pull all the information and just wait for it to do like millions upon millions of calculations. Instead, just want a spreadsheet that already has everything done. So I'll just show you what I mean. And right now, I kind of do also have some interest in sharing to the general public, but first with other astrologers of what I have here. So the software I have in the moment, it does generate and create like spreadsheets. However, it's not really like organized or set up in a way that I personally like it. So I'm kind of going in one by one and sort of making additional like categories. So like with all these nats you see here, it will just say like, oh, celestial combination, that's this. This is the angle. This is like, is it geocentric or heliocentric, so forth. And of course, you see the occurrences. You see like the average control groups. You see the chi-square probabilities. You also see the stats of it being like often or seldom, or if it's just completely blank or something of that nature. You also see records or accounts from the test groups and all. Oh my gosh, so sorry. But like you sort of see like this, and right now, the results you see here is for politicians. But and pretty much I want to set up like various filters and all that, so like you know exactly like where this test came from, where it's from, what's it about, and so forth, so that when you see it, like whether you're an astrologer or you're just interested to see like how my testing and procedures look in greater detail, you get chi-squares as sort of like on one sheet. You get like a test, you get a z test. Like I'll show you all my little graphs and so forth. Just so it's like transparent as much as possible, both the raw and also the data that I sort of like altered. Um, but yeah, so this is the software that I use for like testing procedures. Since we're still talking about it just a bit, as you see here, like I can change like, so normally I would just have it like positive plus the negative and all the important positive negative swings. I could change the t test or z test. In here, I could change the occurrences, change the type of chi-square. So let's say if I change this to 4, then that increases the reliability of like the whole results by like 95%. In this case, it's like roughly like 90, 80-ish, roughly. And of course, like it pulls up like calculations for other type tests. Let's say, and I'm just showing this before we get into the other information real quick. But let's say we want to see like Gaussian charts or observations. Well, you can kind of see that in greater detail. And if you look at the screen where I'm sort of at, you could probably barely see these numbers, but like in this database right now, like you see 1,368 analysis charts and 445 test charts. So pretty much I go by like 25% as a 25% of like the whole database I have for whatever it is as a test group. And of course, when I do other tests and so forth, the software automatically creates like control groups. So these will be, like different other categories where it pulls up the charts, whether it's from like not And as you can see here, all this is politicians, so it'll take in the charts of like actors, it'll take in military, scientists, journalists, and so forth as like a control group so that we can actually say like, hey, these alignments are like what is most significant while these alignments like it's common on everything else. And also normally speaking, I also do about like 20 control groups usually. Like sometimes I do 5 just as a default, but on average I do about like 20 different control groups at once. So, and we could just look at this real quick. So you see the analysis groups. So let's take out the stripes just so it's more malleable. But like you could kind of see so the sun interacting, let's say, with Mercury. We can kind of see like we're in the zodiac where these elements are very common. So the sun and Mercury for like politicians compared to like test group versus control group. And also we could see like control group overall, the analyst group, like how they look in comparison, what's the differences and so forth. But and we can look into like Varuna, Sappho, Midas, Odin, Isis, Vesta, and pretty much whatever point I want to look at. So this is like a composite between those 2 points. And we could smooth this out further. So let's say we want to look at 3 degrees. So we get to see more refinement there. We can look at hitsographs for like any random thing. Again, we see the control group in blue and like the actual like analysis group. It's in like a reddish orange like shade of tone. Of course, Gauquelin sector, exact same thing. Control group is in blue, and also the reddish orange is like the actual group we're looking at. So like politicians, and this is as mentioned, just one of many things. So what sectors is shorting for those that are unaware? What sector? So you see here, this is rise. So this is the east point. This is the west point. This is known as the zenith or the cumulate point. So the zenith or cumulate point is pretty much like the point that is directly above you personally from when you were born or where you're at right now. Whether it's directly above in terms of the sky, that exact point is the accumulation or the zenith point. Then if we were to look at down, which is directly beneath you. So depending on like whenever you were born, the planet says they rise from the east because from our perspective of the earth, everything is rising from the east. Although everything is traveling from west to east, which is quite interesting. But as things are rising from our perspective, it's east to west, but they're moving from west to east from the actual perceptions of the sky. This is how we're rotating in our perspective of day and night is actually but overall, like you can see here, like within a troll group, like with individuals who are born politicians with the sun is more likely to be in this third sector right here. Now, why you see all these different sectors is actually just dividing the sky up into X amount of pieces. The more sectors there are, the more precise you can get into like X amount of degrees of how high or low the it is in the sky. That's sort of like how it's set up automatically. But those are just some of the like graphs and all that. As you can see here, I can also create like neural networks, play around with like neural networks and fuzzy logic. Although I should make that very clear that I do not actually use that as a quote confirmations of tests because it's sort of just a black box like feature. Like even I don't even know like what the computer or the software is really doing. So as a result, I can't really confirm or say like, oh, this software says this, so therefore it's fact. No, I just use it for hypothesis testing and research. So that's this because like I do not know what it's considering. Like, oh, what's triggering what, essentially. But if we were just like to say correct create a neural network, for a split second it will just pop up like a process and procedures, and I probably would just show you some of this as we go back and forth between the declinations and latitudes. So let's just like I'm not gonna save it because I'm not interested in creating refining the algorithm just yet, but let's say learn neural net. So right now, it's comparing all the test groups, the control groups, and all that into like learning every single like possible alignment, and it's kind of like segmenting them to like group yes or like testing like the test yes group. So like this group right here is if it's a yes, or the test no group. So and you see the control group if it's a yes from what the test group is suggesting, or the control group of like it's not this because X, Y, and Z. So like it's learning that. So as it's reaching like one or the other, if it reaches, let's say, 25% of reliability from testing, or if it hits 85% in terms of learning reliability. Like as you can see here, like it's learning more. So depending on which one reaches, quote, the official target, first it will stop and show like a new algorithm of the neural net that was just created. So that's sort of like what it does. So like it's going back and forth between like a test group and control groups and so forth. So and right now in this particular software, it has only 25,000 charts, and I personally have a full database of 110,000 charts. So I am in the process of like merging all my charts and databases and so forth like into like sort of like one where like every single software that I have and use for testing is in it, each and every single one. But obviously that's kind of a bit of a long daunting tasks. Well, I can shift like massive files and groups and all that into one. I sort of want to keep track of what software originally has what charts, so that when I do start merging things back and forth, so that every single software has the complete 110,000 set, I know what was from where, so that in the event, let's say something happens to this computer and I had to start from scratch all over again, I know what duplicates are most likely in what software when I start merging things back and forth, or in which I would need to like go in and delete what duplicates. Well, yeah, and also a case like let's say it's a chart that's in none of the pre-given databases of any of these softwares, and it's one that I obtained X, like who knows how long ago or where it is. So like I need that spreadsheet to not just to know like what chart came from where, but also to like keep track of like, oh, I don't have to like look up this person's chart again because I've forgotten them or something else of that nature. So it's a long, daunting task. And honestly, more of a pain in the ass than anything, but it's whatever at the end of the day. So, and you may be wondering where I'm getting these database, like where I'm getting these charts in terms of like the information I need to calculate them. And simply put, how I'm getting these charts is actually through like a variety of like resources and databases such as like IMDb, so you know the Internet Movie Database, famousbirthdays.com, Times Magazine, Forbes Magazine, many other like magazines, and also like actual official like databases where it's like the sports reference databases. If it's let's say a porn star that I have, so let's like all these other different databases. And sometimes the charts where I was able to obtain them was actually from like official documents that I was able to obtain or find somehow. Some of these will be like, for example, like their ID somehow. Like there's some individuals where they just sent me an image of their ID, or their ID was online, strangely enough. So as a result, I managed to obtain their birth information for that, which is honestly more concerning than anything, especially in the fact that they actually freely and willingly gave that for anyone to obtain for whatever reason. Do not know. From my understanding, it's some questionable thing that I do not want to involve myself with. But there's also courses, situations, and scenarios where, again, like it's probably like on their social media too, where like, oh, today's my birthday, I'm now X amount of years old, and so forth, or all the happy birthdays and so forth. Like that's another way how I able to obtain some people's birth dates. A lot of it's very much digging, if possible. At times, obviously, I come up like empty-handed, which I sort of just give up, or it's probably further down, and honestly, I just don't want to. At some point, I just give up. But that's sort of just how I've been looking around. Some other cases where the birth certificates is actually in documentaries for some individuals. For example, like Willem Dafoe's birth chart is actually in a documentary where he's talking about his life, and like for a split second you actually see the document just on screen, and it shows like his time of birth and so forth. So like we get information like pretty reliable from there. But that's just sort of like many different things of that nature. Um, Also, some of like ways that I do get like additional charts where these are databases again, where I look into the official, let's say, government like business bureaus, or even like their Secretary of State or something of that nature, where they have like a database where like all these businesses must be registered under like these names, they must file these documents, and like whether they're active in good standing or they're in like delinquency or something else of that nature. So as a result, because all these official government documents, I'm able to like know like, oh, this company is doing like, they're pretty much active, they're in this kind of industry, they're doing this and that. Okay. And again, it's only what's available like through the Secretary of State. So, and honestly, like this is a common procedure, not just like for astrological, but also if you are in the banking industry, you actually do use these reference these official government websites to like pull information about like some customers and things of that nature. So I sort of just pull in the exact same thing. Um, but that's just like how, like if you're interested in getting like business charts, That's normally one of the ways. Um, Also, many of the charts I do obtain as well will be like stock market, like each individual stocks chart. So like this will be like the very first public trading date. In some occasions, not always, I'm able to obtain like insider like first trades, like not official to the public kind of first trades. Of like, oh, and these individuals like they're given early access to buy X amount of whatever stock for this company or that. So as a result, sometimes that insider information, whether it's through official like, document or some other nature, I'm able to obtain that. So I can use those charts and dates to essentially predict when and how one could like predict a stock going up or down. How long will it go up? How far into the future will it go up? How high or how low? When is the best time to enter? When is the best time to exit? And so forth. Like it gets into pretty great detail of that. But again, it's based on like whatever my limitation is. So if I'm able to get insider information of like before it was officially released to the public, I will use that chart. Otherwise, the chart where it was officially released to the public and everyone can either buy an X amount of stock for this particular company or that company, I would just use those exact charts, those exact dates, and the exact minute if possible. Normally, though, with most financial software tools, like I'm able to at least obtain the date, if not sometimes the exact minute or hour as well. So I have my limitations, but also to some degrees, depending on what it is, I'm able to also obtain exact precise minute of when X amount, when these events occurred. And obviously, like if we were to talk about like current events, I also obtain those charts as well. Although I do my best to try to obtain a lot of current events, but let's be honest, at this point, like there's so much going on in a given day. At least in terms of like chaos. Of like, oh, this politician did this, or that person did this, oh, this massacre occurred, or this like disaster occurred, or oh, peace over here, destruction, or like a revolution started over here and there. It's like it's a bit too much for me to like try to like gather all the appropriate information because sometimes I end up finding out about it like days after it happened. So I don't really do current event readings or anything of that sort, just because my source of information unfortunately gets overloaded so quickly when it comes to current events. So like if I were to try to obtain it, well, I might have missed the key critical moments or even possibly the dates in which whatever said event occurred. So unfortunately, I would have to like rely on to someone else who managed to catch the chart when it did occur. Which sometimes I'm very lucky where someone else had managed to obtain it. Other cases, I'm not so lucky, but at least will manage to find the day overall of when these events occurred. So that's sort of like one of the many reasons why I avoid current events. It's not that I don't want to lean towards more political or anything like that. It's just broken down to I have my limitations, and unfortunately, so much stuff goes on within a day or even by the minute to the point like I cannot really obtain the appropriate chart fast enough just to like say like, hey, I have this or I don't have this chart because X, Y, and Z. So normally I would stick with something that I can at least track the history or even from time to time get like real time live feedback on whatever it is. So as a result, things like the stock market is a lot more easier to track because I have software that pulls up the entire history even to the current date of like whatever stock I'm looking at. And I can analyze like, okay, from X amount of time, this particular transit was very much present, and the stock did this or did that, where it rose and it dipped at this time, or just straight up went on a bear trend, or went at a bull trend, whatever the case may be. Or it was kind of stagnant, where like it's going up and down like crazy, where it looks like a bull, or it's very much convincing that it's going to bull like trend, but it's very chaotic, where you go up and down like crazy to the point it just finally goes to a straight bull or straight bear market, whatever the case may end up being for those markets. So those are just some of the unique situations for my case. Another thing that I do is I sort of like look for pop culture. So with pop culture, for example, these charts are usually when whatever the official like date of it being released of whatever the case may be. So for example, let's say a song, and let's say it's part of an album, but let's say one or two particular songs were officially released before the entire album. Well, whatever those two songs were released on, that would be the official chart for those particular songs, and kind of like somewhat pivot or be the primary chart to some degree for like the entire album. But the entire album's official release date will be whatever the date was. Or what about TV shows? Well, normally for TV shows, for example, will be determined by the very first piloted episode. That would be the primary chart in terms of its ruling. And if you want to know like each season how they're going to be, well, it's going to be the first episode of every single season, how it's going to go well or not. And if you want to predict what's likely, okay, of like, let's say how each episode will be perceived overall. Okay, well that's calculated. So I'm just going to show you like, also the software does like weights of like what is important, what is not. Also shows like neural network structures. Right now, for whatever reason, it's not loading everything properly, but you kind of get the idea of like what it will pull in greater detail. And also, like, let's say I don't know level, I can calculate that as well. Like, this thing can do plenty of like different random calculations for that. But if I'm looking for like historical events, charts, and all that, I have a series of like sort of like history textbooks and so forth. Like, I have books written from the Smithsonian. I have books where they're kind of autobiographies of sorts. Books that you probably have like read in school for sure. Like, I definitely have used these books like crazy in terms of like using them as historical references where I'm testing like personal transits or something else of that nature, or testing like event charts and how they interact with also personal transits and for each individual individually. So for example, books like the Diary of Anne Frank, for example, like I use that for like personal transits, plus also like each historical key moment that does occur, I kind of use that and play it against like Anne Frank and what she was writing in her diary. I also sort of did the exact same thing with the book Europa Europa, which is an individual named Solomon Perel, where his case during World War II was, yes, he was a Jew, but believe it or not, he was actually hiding in amongst the you know, the youth camp for the next generations of extremists. So with his case, like he was Jewish, but thing is like he was hiding his entire identity, so he created this entire facade of like he is German, he is this and that. So like it's this pendulum type situation where like he is actually this one individual, but he has to switch on to this different persona just to save himself essentially. And he sort of just goes into great detail like what it was that he dealt with, the psychological like issues and so forth of like the extreme fear of being caught, but also the fact that he's pretty much in enemy territory to the extreme, and hearing all these extremes like being say being said about him and his people, but is obviously like not even remotely true. So it's like, how can he deal with like this psychological pendulum like situation? There's also other books and sources where like they're kind of a historical fiction, but they do add in some light of like what the era will be going through. So sometimes they're used as sources, not often. Other texts that I do use is definitely like I mentioned, Smithsonian. Um, Others would be, let's say, like Silk Road routes. The history of that. I have also books on like the history of war, weapons and guns and germs. I have the book Black Wave, which kind of talks about the whole situation with like the Mid East region, and it goes into that in great detail, which is actually a book I highly recommend. It is actually quite interesting, but it also explains the complexities and like how everything sort of like ended up the way it did now over there. Um, let's see. So now let's just analyze. So we could check the model too in this. Yeah, as you see it, like it's creating a control group, so we could check the model to see like who fits or falls into like what percentage. Um, but of course, I have books and sources where I do studies, like statistics, and also psychology too. So like the psychology text sometimes it comes into play with like some of the historical texts, or at times like I do have books where it talks about like politics and also like the economics perspectives or situations like big data and like the pros and cons and dangers and so forth of that, and the pros and cons of like AI and so forth, and some like the history of that, where like it goes into like very great detail and it provides me the information I need to like do statistical tests and research into that. So those are just like some of many textbooks and so forth. Um, yeah. I also use sources, let's say, like for historical sources as well. Like I kind of use. This is not a great historical reference guide, but if I'm looking for like miscellaneous charts or like situations that are very random or just unusual overall, I sort of just use this as like just a way to like obtain it, which like I use sources like Hitalia, for example. And for those of you that are probably unaware what Hitalia is or remember vaguely what it was, pretty much that each and every single character is a personification of a country. And the thing is, they all inadvertently teach history of like whatever it is that's going on in the world and so forth. And it's very simplified. That's one of the main issues where things are a bit simplified to the point that it may seem very random, or it's just simplified to the point like it's not quite accurate because it's too simplified in terms of historical resources, which is why like I don't use this as a primary source. I use it more like just for looking for particular random events, and then I just do the extensive like historical research in greater detail, whether it's through like Smithsonian resources I have, or if it's through like the British Museum or some other like official sources of that nature. I'll be using that, but normally Italia will have like random like tidbits here and there of like, oh, these two different countries are interacting, or they're stating this, or they kind of make this joke and reference, but that's about it. And there'll at times be like a little explanation of like what it is they're referencing to. Sometimes it's very random little things, whether it's by like random cultural things from different countries. Sometimes it's random historical facts that's kind of relevant or irrelevant to whatever it was that they were discussing or doing. Sometimes the random historical events will be like a good comedy or like relief, where they kind of lean in to something or other things that like kind of makes the situation a little more funny and entertaining. But another thing that's a bit controversial, I'll admit, with Italia, which I is another reason why I don't fully suggest it as being used as a primary source for obvious reasons, is every single character is the stereotype of each and every single country they represent. Obviously, it's very much like lighthearted, so like it's not the very like extremely offensive components of said stereotypes, but still at the end of the day it is a stereotype of like what these characters are. So if one does watch this show and is offended, it's unfortunately not very unusual of a situation. So that's a sort of a thing with it. Um it's recalculating the neural network. Anyways, gonna go back to here. For the time being. So we'll just be pulling up a couple of random individuals' charts. I'll give you a straightforward, simplified interpretation of one of the many interpretations of who they are. We'll most likely be sticking with four, primarily due to the fact that with Twitter it only does four in terms of allowing of pictures. Like technically I could do more pictures, but honestly I don't want to have like a whole series of like tweets and retweets with even more pictures and even more pictures and so forth. So sticking with four just so a small one post for the time being will be the route that I prefer. Let's just choose physical gamers. So in his chart, we see here he has Jupiter, Nike, Ceres, Ulysses, Dionysus, Xanthus, Diana, Icarus, and Uranus, all in what is known as extreme declinations. Now, how this chart and how I know is actually when a celestial body reach a particular degrees and it exceeds this particular point, which is roughly like 23 point like 2 or 25 like 0.5 or so degrees, if it's surpasses that exact zero, so like right here this is a bit more higher, it's like it's 20 Yeah, so like this is like let me see. Yeah, 23.4. Yeah, so this is like 23 point something. It's very much like leaning and heavily towards like going to an extreme north perspective where let's say 24.6, this is very much like in the extreme like range. Another term you may hear from other different schools of astrology is out of bounds. Generally speaking, though, whenever you see like a celestial body and it's either out of bounds slash in extreme declinations, what that is or what it means is actually that planet is now enhanced in terms of like whatever it is in relations to. So, for example, with physical gamers, we see Jupiter is in extreme declination, so this is heavily advanced. So we're going to see extreme like behaviors of like benevolence. We'll see him being very generous. He'd probably be one who is also willing to protect and fight for like the minority groups and so forth. He's probably also one to probably also embody like being kind to one another and also being like helpful as much as possible. With Nike over here, what we're also most likely going to see as a form of extreme to some degree will be like a competitive like nature and also like achieving success through competitive like behavior or activities. Um, we see Ceres over here, so this is like financial intentions, this is business and massive wealth and so forth. So what that could suggest is actually like it's very likely where he can make an extensive amounts of like money applying or being very competitive overall in nature. And we also have Ulysses interacting with Ceres, but also is also in extreme declinations. So what this can suggest is that Ulysses is known to be sort of like the inventor in their basement, sort of like isolated, but they're very much inventing and creating something that is new or fresh or something that can and will be very convenient. So as a result, um, we could see like a mass financial success or intent of financial success relations into like creating something new. Since Ceres is also interacting with Elysius. Dionysus is also here. So, and Dionysus, from my findings, is a bit of like somewhat of entitlement as well to like what my friend and colleague she has found, which is also like it has some parts to do with like narcissism or like the narcissistic like personality disorders. Um, hmm. But also with Dionysus, it's also associated with like politics. So like that entitlement, ambition, charisma, like tendencies as well. That's what it's also like strongly associated with. With Xanthus, it is sort of like just do it like mentality where it doesn't really care or think of like the consequences. It usually thinks of like what feels good or what is convenient in the moment or what sounds good in the moment. So it's also because of this, like it's also referred to like the serial killer celestial body. So like, and that's both metaphorically and literal. Um, so what this could suggest is that like he's probably one that's a bit carefree or kind of reckless, or he kind of somewhat rebellious in terms of like he doesn't give much care about the situation or the consequences of said actions of just doing it. Like if he has the urge, he's more likely to do it, whether it is positive or negative. That's sort of like the components of what Xanthus would be doing. With Diana here, it's could suggest, well, Diana is symbolic of like angelic messages. It's also sort of a unique situation where like it's sort of a duality. And what this duality is, like especially in youth, it's usually of individual maidens and even youth, those who are quote maidens or the gentlemen, like youth, um it's situations where like can be very naive, where they're probably very much attuned or adjusted to spiritual awakenings or situations, but also they're very naive. But they start to get when an individual starts to like grow much older to the point they're like starting to form like gray hairs, a lot of gray hairs, to be more precise, wrinkles and so forth, like they're very much aging. It's very much like they're over the BS. They're actually very much wise. They have clarity and so forth. Um, and it's very much like they're very much attuned to the higher knowledge, but also they're very much aware like people can probably either will take advantage of them. But in this case, since he is still relatively young, it's very much likely like he's probably still have that inner like innocence where he's probably unfortunately in situations where he may be taken advantage of. So he needs to be very cautious about that. So with Icarus, it is known as the planet of like warnings. It's of natural disasters, and I mean natural disasters like hurricanes, earthquakes, and so forth. Um, it has a strong association, like I mentioned, with like disasters, or it's that warning light. Essentially, this means like pure caution, like caution is needed. If not, disaster will come. So, if he is very cautious, assuming he probably is, or at least intends to from time to time, he can actually reap the benefits of being cautious. But if he is being reckless, it is almost guaranteed most occasions where his impulsions is what be his own folly, where he unfortunately would just like put himself in situations that is not very ideal. Now with Uranus over here, it's of like fame. So we're seeing like Uranus also interacting with Jupiter. So this means like super success and immense fame. So it's sort of like a triple whammy of sorts of like immense importance. Like he's very much going to be a very famous individual, which he's also very much like very successful as a content creator or an individual who works or has a job that surrounds the concept of entertainment, technology, or even being online. So it is very much an extreme like behavior of what we're going to see with extreme fame, or very much very stable and have the necessary skills and talents to deal with the public and also to make a profit from the public or to be sustained by the public in some form of way. So that's just some of the many interpretations that can come from his particular chart. Um, Let me just pull up. Let me just. Hold on, just kind of prepping up my posts so that when we are done with this officially, I can just sort of like make the posts and kind of just go on with my day. Once the stream ends, let us look at Mm, yeah. Hold on, I'm a little curious. What is it pulling? Hmm. Hold on. So let's focus on this synchronization with core. So let me just pull this up. Okay, with Saturn Senna, Isis, Mahala. So I'm gonna double check. Okay. Might as well just take a screenshot. Now, mm, okay. So now with core, it is interacting with Isis. Isis is known to be the point of the path of fortune. It is also where like amass fortunes. It is the elevator point, the booster rocket. It's the yellow brick road. It's sort of like where one can be seen or is royalty or self-made royalty, a very high status or position of power of sorts. It's sort of also relations to like sort of like a public idol like position. With core, it's a more of the point of like charisma. It's of memorabilia, being iconic. It's also situations of where like one is also like very much like a charismatic superstar or a influencer, a celebrity even. So like we could see the path of fortune for him is very much being a celebrity and also very charismatic and also very much lifted due to that. With Wahala, it's sort of broken down. From my findings personally, I have noticed it in situations where like very much like confidence and like fearless like behavior to some degrees is like what's resonates strongly with this. So like self like sort of like one's self esteem, especially in terms of like confidence of like you got this in the bag or your confidence in yourself and like the abilities to like take the initiative is what very much strongs and is his path to fortune, and which will lead him to like being famous and very much famous and very iconic will be his confidence level or like his valor essentially. And with Saturn and Senna, since this is a birth chart, um, very much is like very much dominating like behavior or personality. Very much also iconic or well known to be like very destructive, whether it's towards others or towards himself to some nature. So in this case, like possibly like since he is a gamer or from my understanding, like we could see like extremely like dominating like personality and also like an extremely a bizarre situation in which where not just an extreme personality but also like he sort of like grinds his opponents to quote dust in the gaming field or industry of some form of way, like in a competitive non-violent way, of course. But these are just some of the interpretations that can occur from this synchronization. Also, do note that this is one of the most destructive points in general. It's also the most dominating, most controlling. It is like of drive and ambitions, but also like foundations because of Saturn. Ambitions due to like Sedna. So like the ambitions are very much like based on disciplinary actions or is very much like well refined. So like he can be very ambitious, but of course like it's also like has realistic skills that are brought to the table or lessons learned test passed in terms of like building this confidence and like very much like he knows he has full control of the situation. So sorry about that. It's still doing the tests. Um, oh, they already did that. But those are just some of the interpretations that can occur from his chart as well. Um, let's look at another individual's chart. Let us look at mm, quarter jade. Yeah. I will pull up more individuals, but like I said, like my databases is not like fully like together. Like I have 110,000 charts, yeah, but they're not all like together in one software. They're all just scattered. But I just need to figure out how to well, I need to take my time into, combining all the charts together to this one component. Um, Let me see. Yeah, we'll focus on no, not Mercury. Yeah, let's look at Pallas. Mars, Core, Jupiter, Chiron, Jupiter, Pluto, Ulysses, so let's oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Um, so with Pallas over here, with Pallas, it's the digital age. It represents things that are all digital products and or services, whether that's some digital entertainment or digital products in general, like video games or music or movies or even things that are just like planned out that are like whether it's like a script or if it's statistics, logic, opinions. It's also associated with things that are like organized. So, for example, like movie scripts or like scripts, manuscripts for a story or choreography, for example. Like you're making a dance, like it's sort of like that. It's also with like music production as well, and some degree like music composition, more of like the logic of like how the song will flow or is created. Um, but it's interacting with like Jupiter Pluto midpoint. So the Jupiter and Pluto midpoint, it's like super success. It's super wealthy. It's super talented, enormous amount of talented, remarkably well. Someone like of a genius to sorts, but it's more like the genius that managed to be super talented and managed to make money or capitalize upon their genius and talents. Um, with Pallas interacting with Ulysses, what this would suggest is like she, as a content creator, she's able to like make and create new content or think of new content. So she's creating that as like a way to make new money. And again, with it interacting with the Jupiter Pluto midpoint, it's very much suggesting that like this is also how she can make like millions or like become like a millionaire essentially because of it. And with Jupiter Chiron midpoint interacting as well, what this can and do suggest is actually the Jupiter Chiron midpoint itself, like blessed marriages, blessed partnerships. It's the golden handshakes. It's a Cinderella midpoint. And this is both like in the financial and also romantic like perspectives as well. It's also the point in which like it's a positive public image. It's also where one can make money in their entertainment industry. So like entertainment industry that is digitalized, so content creator. And again, super success in that in terms of being a content creator and also super success and positive public image in terms of creating and making new content. And also the interaction with Quar. So like as mentioned before, like Quar is symbolic of like memorabilia. It's being iconic, it's being memorable, it's charismatic, it's like charisma. It's also associated with things of like superstars and influencers and so forth. So like immense fortunes in relations to being a influencer, very much a strong positive public image of being an influencer, especially a digital or gaming influencer. With interactions with Mars, there's also strong like the will, the determination, the competitive like spirit or nature. So like as a content creator, she's also very much competitive, or like she has that will and determination to like not be pushed around in terms of like how she's going to make her content and how she decides how it's going to be logically followed and also structured. She's also one to also put the actions and work into being a content creator, where like her actions and behavior is also what's very much iconic and how she is. Like she has a very strong charismatic personality, not just like verbally speaking, but also like in body language as well. So those are just some of the interpretations as well that can come from this synchronization. Um, we'll pull up one last chart and let it be. Stars Minton. Let's pull up all these points again. So let's focus on this synchronization because I think this will be a interesting. So we're focusing on the Sun, Uranus, Neptune, Ceres, Lilith, Urania, Varuna, Adonis. So with this synchronization, though it's not very near perfect, it is actually a whole lot of points of interest that are interacting with each other in some form of way. So let me just get this. I'm just gonna I close you. I close you. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to pull that data later again. Um, Luckily I have those Excel spreadsheets saved, so won't opened. I just gotta save them for now, and I could just copy and paste and slowly transfer that over. Anyways, so the sun over here, it represents the individual of the chart. So in this case, Stars Mitten herself. It is interacting with Ceres, Varuna, Urania, Neptune, Uranus, Lilith, and Adonis. Now, since it represents the sun itself, it also represents her will and vitality, also her life overall. It also interacting with Ceres. Ceres, as mentioned, it is the point. It is a financial point. It is of business. It is of mass wealth, intentions of financial success. It is mostly like the business first, personal relationships after. So this could suggest that she's very much like an entrepreneur in the making, or very much has that entrepreneur like personality in some form of way. But Varuna interacting with this, we can most likely can see that she is an individual who is most likely of the extremes or have extreme like tendencies, because Varuna is a planet of extremes. Usually it's of something, too much of something or too much of everything. It's usually very overwhelming. It's very much like the supreme energy of whatever it is interacting with. Now with Urania, it is the point of like technology. It is a plant. It's a planet of technology. From what I have noticed, it is like to the point of where it ensures success in from some form of way. But usually that's related into like technology or the use of technology, whether it's being online or something else of that nature. It is interacting with Neptune, which is also in relation to technology, more of like what electricity goes through. It's also of natural resources, so like various precious gems and metals and so forth. The exact same thing can be said with like Urania. So we're probably thinking or talking about something like a computer, for example, and its accessibility to interacting with the internet. And that's probably what she's more likely to be famous for, or have that strong capability and fame in relations to. Um. Okay. Also, with Uranus interacting with the sun as well, what this could suggest is that she herself, as an individual, is also very much going to be famous, or has the tendencies of like being a politician or dealing with the public in some form of way. So, like whether it's a celebrity or as politician, flight attendant, or space travel, being an astrologer, even if she's interested in that field. This also can suggest, or even an astronomer as well. This also can suggest, um, and she also has the ability to like be entertaining or work in the entertainment industry as well. So again, like interacting with like Neptune and Urania, this also heavily implies like in relations to like, yeah, so Uranus interacting with Urania and also Neptune is that other like lenient point towards like technology. So like her being a content creator or a job that's in relations to career in technology is very much very potent for her. Now interacting with Lilith, Lilith is the point where it's like very much like the clouds over one's head. It's like depression, cynical behavior, pessimism. It's sort of like that emo gothic like dress or look or that mentality to some people's degree. It's very much like, in terms of career, it's also suggestions of it suggests like an individual can actually accelerate or exceed in terms of working by themselves, or is work best in isolations, or they can work very well in terms of the background. So that's where they exceed at in terms of like work and career. So this is what this suggests that Stars Mittens can also be in terms of like her work career and so forth. And it's also interacting with Adonis, which Adonis is of relations to like one's confidence. It's sort of like that masculine beauty or like the gorgeous man, one the ability to look dapper or clean cut. So like this also suggests like she is also like very attractive overall. She's also probably have the ability to like have an interesting form of like self-doubt and self-hatred, but also at the exact same time very much good confidence in oneself as well. So very like interesting like extreme behaviors of like that ability. Also with Uranus, let me just double check on this before I say anything. Okay, yeah, it's interacting with Varuna. So what this could suggest is like we're going to see an individual who is also the extreme fame or extreme like individual who's going to be very extremely political. We probably will also see her like looking for the most excited or it thing. Because like Uranus is of change, so in other words, like this individual or herself is more likely to be looking for like the next change or the next exciting thing to follow. So like she's very much like into doing that. Also, she's also one to probably like center of attention to some degree as well. Whether she admits it or not, she probably has that immense strong will in that manner. Well, those are just some of the interpretations that can occur or manifest given on her chart. Till then, I hope you enjoyed this astrology segment, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye.